Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I've been doing this no energy drink thing, but of course that's a lie because that's an energy drink. Try to reduce it. So for a whole week, actually maybe 2 weeks, I haven't had one, but I didn't have any coffee. I didn't want to go out, grab one. Could make one, but I don't have any. So here I am. Okay. So yeah. How's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday. Welcome to my little slice of the internet, where we do some Duke Nukem 3D stuff. Well, not always, but usually. I think that's the big focus right now because we're working on stuff Duke 3D related. So every Saturday around this time, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for future people that somehow stumble across this, which happens time to time. That's the purpose. We dabble with some Duke 3D user maps. Today we're going to be getting into the Halloween spirit by playing Redrum, Shining 2, the sequel to Stanley Kubrick's Shining, and by association Stephen King, though this is based on the Kubrick movie. I have played this before, spoilers, but I haven't played it on the channel, and I think it's pretty cool, but I'm also minutes from it, so I think this person, especially for the year it was made, this came out in 1997 originally, I think. So wild to me that he, not that it's impossible, but like just such a very, very, very nice recreation for, especially given the old build tools that we had. And we also do some level editing here on the channel. We are working on a map of our own. So we play some Duke 3D stuff, see what people have created in the community, and then we make some stuff of our own. That's what we do. 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Saturday. Which brings me to what have we been working on here? What have we been working on? Well, last week what did I actually finish last week? I did one other build in between there. What did we actually do last week? I think we just made a sprite structure, I think. What was it? Yeah, this is where we got to last week. I'm pretty sure there was 2 other saves to ignore. So we got to this room and we decided for the strategy of what we're working on, instead of doing true room over room, rising water to make effect. This is a time to kill map, but for people who don't know this, I just assume everybody knows, but every once in a while somebody new one. Hello, Blood Hispano. what we're going to do is teleportation. We're going to teleport the player around to mimic and we're going to teleport him from one empty room to a room that is now full of water. That's what we're going to do. So we copied this section here. That's why there's now duplicates. And we started to finalize what this room would look like. So it was like kind of just plain, and then we started working on this. I've got ahead of, I think I finished the design. It's not one-to-one because there's some other stuff that I didn't want to do. I just didn't want to do. So this is the finished room at the moment. At least the one filled with water. We have to now create another version that is not. And there's some retrofitting we have to do back here. Because we have to hide a teleport. Because we got to hide where there's a little slide that we're going to put. That's going to slide out a ribbon that teleports the player if he walks over it. The player won't see it. But it's going to be like hidden like somewhere like here, probably. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. And see how we could see this room right here? We'd have to hide that a little bit. Actually, you probably wouldn't. No, I wouldn't have to. Because you don't see the water even when jumping. So the teleport, regardless of if it's filled with water or not, we can see it. So yeah, we could just put it right here because we have to have a flat surface for it to work. So we could put it right here maybe. And then there's another one we have to put over here. But anyways, this is the finished room. Without the shading. The shading's not done. We could add more detailing if we wanted. There's like more of these. So in Time to Kill, these are sprites. I couldn't really figure out a way using the stock assets to do a sprite that would kind of do this. So we did some kind of technique like this before. There's like multiple of these in the original, so there's like one here and one on the bottom. But I'd have to do multiple chore layers. They're a little bit thinner, so if I thinned them out, if I wanted to do a little bit more faithful, then I could probably do one on this side and then still do one on the other side without doing a chore split again. Oh, I forgot. I don't have scuba. I don't have some scuba. But yeah. Oh. But otherwise, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have this, and this is gonna be the only other change we're gonna do is in the original. This door, this is always open, even in the empty one. So technically, if you have enough health, you could jump down there and get inside of this. And it's all emptied out of water. But you're pretty limited on where you can go, because you could jump up here, I think. But you can't get up this in the original because the slant. So you just fall back down. So you end up having to fill it up to water to get the key card here. Right? Like that's why we're here, to get that crystal key card. And I think this is just a breathing place, just to breathe. Some sprites that disappeared. Oh man, I will say when I was finishing this area, I moved some stuff around and I accidentally deleted like all the sprite work in here, and I didn't notice until I was like so deep into this that I couldn't just click undo. I could probably have copy and pasted. There's a bunch of stuff, but I ended up just redoing the whole room. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do in our Time to Kill now, and we're gonna change another thing we decided. So in Time to Kill, you have to turn these things twice. I think you have to do like it's. So we're just gonna do it. You have to hit this, and when you hit that, that's gonna activate this guy over here, which is going to lower the water. And then there's going to be a teleport somewhere here as well. So, because we have to teleport you to the other version at some point. I'm thinking about hiding it like over here somewhere. I kind of want to hide it earlier because this one doesn't have it, but in the other copy where we have our trick. And show that. So in this copy, we're using a C-stat trick. When you assign the pickup sound to the crystal, it's going to be so convincing. I don't know what sound I'm going to use yet. I also haven't listened to sounds. That's the one other thing I have to do throughout the... Ignore this. It's not broken. But the C-stat trick to make the water disappear. If we kind of put the teleport early on, it will limit the flickering that we're going to have to deal with. Not that it's a huge issue, but we can, since we're going to have to teleport the player. Meaning most of this work we did to make even just this little illusion work, so redundant, because of this alternative way we're going to solve this. But that's the point. We're learning. We're learning some stuff, right? But I did recreate some sprites using a bunch of stocks, little stack sprites. These are always fun to build. Playing around with some stuff. Doing some illusions here. Make this look like it goes on forever. I mentioned that I like that kind of stuff. I'm not saying I'm going to be good at it, other than this very basic concept here. But like little miniatures or posing stuff that's tiny to make it seem closer to the player, but so it makes it seem like it's a big thing far away. Great. Forced perspective. That's what I'm after. So where do we go from here? Now, we did have a slight thing where, because we're teleporting between versions, there's going to be a pickup here. Okay? Now, some people have said some solutions to this, where it's like, okay, if you pick up one thing, you automatically, it gets rid of it in the other area. Could do that. If we want to go really hardcore. It's kind of, we're spending so much time trying to get things as close to the original as possible, but then there's sometimes where it's like, fuck. I don't want to squish this and put another one down here. I just don't want to do it. But I might end up. I think that would look kind of cool, actually, if I did squish these guys. It's stuck in here. It does work just as is. And I probably should just say no and do something different here. Now, do I shade this first? Or do a copy first? I'll probably do a copy because it's easier on my soul. Even if it means more work later. So the easiest way we're going to do this here is copy. copy that just in case. And then technical. There we go. There we go. Function, and then we're going to insert this to create a duplicate copy. Said something. I'll still need that shore layer. That'll be fine because we can. Oh, I did need to copy that. Doing a swap out here. That's what we're doing. So we're beautiful. Okay, that looks nice. I'm gonna code this as not water. Turn blocking off, and then cool. Now, this does have some water, though. Now this ladder we have to make work. It does not work. It was a show ladder in the underwater section. So make this work. There's no problemo. But there's some water here. So I guess the easiest solution would be to just won't even need this. Actually, these would now be sectors for this copy. Yes. I don't know what I'm doing. that there actually, just so we can judge heights. So I do want that gone. Get rid of that. This. I think what might make this easier is if I do this and do Control R. Apple. There we go. I probably should have got rid of all this before. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Get rid of all the decorative sprites that we know. We'll get rid of these ones. We'll bring him back. We'll bring him back, but just no way. So now we're gonna. Oh, let's save a new save for today. There we go. It's a thing of beauty. Change that. Yeah. Lovely, lovely. So there's the closed one. So that's the difference we're doing. We're just gonna close it off. No point, because this Duke could get up, get the crystal dance, and I just don't want to code a teleport. I just don't want to code it, right? That's just too much, man. Just too much. Can't get rid of all that. We don't need that. We don't. We're going to be swapping this section out for this one. How are we looking? Let's keep the illusion. Other than I didn't code this as water. Hell up there. Gotta remember to look at that. That's wrong. Okay, so it's a few stuff that's messed up here. Nice. How do you rotate a sector subtext? Tried to Google, but for some reason it was hotkeys. What? Okay, here I'll show you. If I understand what you're asking. Okay, so we have. Are you saying you have a sector here? Let's say. Just let's see. There are two ways to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So for this demo, we're just gonna do a little stick in the ground. Okay, so we're gonna. I always, again, just for sake of argument, it probably doesn't. It doesn't matter for this, but I always extrude my subsectors from a wall for some reason. I learned at one point. That probably means nothing. Okay, so I'm going to change this to red just to make it a little easier to visually see. I'm gonna crank this guy up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, thread. Okay, so we want to rotate this bad boy. Okay, so you want to make sure that sector's selected. Now I have a sector selector tool, so that's what you see for me when I'm hitting space. With people not like that, you're going to Alt. Actually, here, let me turn on my keyboard. So you're gonna hold left. For me, I have an international keyboard, so sometimes the keyboard acts a little funky, okay? So I will say this. If you're using an international keyboard, or I think that's what they say is the problem I have, I have to press Alt-Shift to turn this. Right now, like if I hold Alt, for example, the left Alt button, normally that would let me, if I hold it down and I move my mouse, it would allow me to do something like this, which I use for like sector selector and stuff like that. For me, if that left alt is not working, I have to hit Alt Shift, turn it on, and then I think. I say that now it's not going to work for me. What did I do? Now that I'm saying those instructions, oh, there it is. Okay, I can do it through right alt instead. Fine. Right alt, and then I can just press the brackets here, and I can rotate them. These are the arrow keys. Can I do it actually this way? Now, if you want to do some fine tuning, can this one you do shift and then, yeah, if you hold shift down, it will rotate it slightly. If you just want to do tiny rotations like this. And I've been told not to do it this way, but I also do it this way. I also use my mouse, which I use for, you can use this for sprites as well. So I highlight it and I hold, maybe this is only for sprites. Yeah, that's only for sprites, so ignore that. It's what I just told you. Anyways, that's how you do that. I do it. Very good for like 90-degree rotations. Once you go some fine-tuning, some stuff can get messed up a little bit, unfortunately, but some sprite work usually what gets messed up a little bit, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good all around, I will say. I'm still terrible at doing copy and pasting and stuff like that. Finally I'm doing it. So for like boxes, and I had to do it to get these crystals working. So I'm starting. It's just something I keep forgetting enough. And using rotating. So often I end up just hand remaking so many sectors because I'm a crazy person. Anyways, we're gonna Control E this, and we're gonna go Z for down because we want to make another chore sector here. If you ever want to hide these little layers, you can do what? Oh yeah, just press I. And that hides that chore layer. Okay, so now we want to remake this. So what we're going to do is hide this layer. I only want this layer to play with, this chunk. This is the key to working with chore layers. Hiding your slices. So when you're dealing with chore, to remove right? So you have like a slice of a sandwich. Your bread, it doesn't matter how many layers you have. And then so that's one slice where the player's walking, then you have another slice, then you have another slice. And those overlapping slices are where things can get chaotic. Trying to edit those individual segments, or especially when you have tons of sprite work, it becomes just a chaotic mess, which is part of the reason why I found, at least when I looked at, like when you open modern maps for Duke 3D in the editor, it was just so overwhelming for me that I was like, oh my god, I don't know if I'm ready for this. How does anybody make comprehension of any of this chaos? And it's just an editor filled with like tags and sprites and layers, points. But the key is hide them, because now I've hidden my shit, and now I can easily build with this one layer again. Actually, you know what? And then we just gotta add this guy back in. Where? Oh, and actually, might as well, since we're here. T for transparent. We'll do medium. We'll code this. Oops. Okay, so we're gonna code this as water. Make sure blocking is on. Go underneath. Code all of these areas as underwater. I don't know if that codes them all. Does that code them all? I'll have to do the region. Which I'll do in 3D by hitting apostrophe T instead, and I can actually do it in 3D mode. I like to kind of... I work a lot in 3D. I've always described it like working in clay, almost. So... kind of like that 3D editor. Some people are more 2D oriented, and I think both are okay. Knowing how to use both is kind of key, regardless. Now, let's make sure that works. That little... can get back up. From the top here. Ah. I have to fix that. Those are transparent too, which probably transparent in the other one too. Yeah, so if you accidentally put like the ceiling or floor textures transparent, but it's like there's nothing underneath, it does like this shimmering effect, which I think is kind of interesting. Oh, by the way, in case I forget, The Shining 2 that we're playing today, Redrum. There is a maybe somebody can explain this to me, because I don't understand it. I haven't opened it up in the editor, but there is a... I'm going to go to this section in my map to explain it, okay? I could turn monsters off, but I just want to shoot some stuff for a second. I just needed to kill him. So, you can't have multiple mirrors. I don't know if this is a rendering issue, or why this is, and somebody could explain it to me, because sometimes I forget things. So, in... So in Duke 3D, as far as I was told, how mirrors work is you can only have one mirror visible at a time, which poses a problem if you wanted to have like a mirror here and, for example, a mirror behind you, because it doesn't know how to render that. But even if they were on the same wall, you couldn't do it, right? So technically here, like for example, because this mirror is visible, these mirrors don't function properly. They're actually doing the same transparency effect I mentioned, where things get like wavy. So if I move fast, you might be able to look at it. It kind of looks messed up, like it. Not me going into it, 'cause it's flipping, but which is why we have this haze effect to kind of block some stuff off, just so it hides the illusion. And then once you go past a certain sector, it's not rendering that mirror anymore, which you can kind of see. And it hides it. Okay, that's why we're doing it this way. But these mirrors, these technically can't exist either, or so I was told. But with a caveat that also that's not true, and you can do multiple mirrors, which is what we did here. We made this mirror is actually one mirror, and it's actually thinly stretched behind a tiny wall, so that this is actually just rendering one giant mirror at a time. Okay, it's just rendering one giant mirror, and I'm putting a tiny wall in front of it to give that illusion. But in Redrum, there is multiple mirrors, and they only work if I use classic mode. So we're gonna use classic renderer when we play it, but I wanted to point that out, because what is classic mode doing? What magic is it pulling off?
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
Now I want to pull all these sprites from down here. I don't know if this is going to work as smoothly as I want. So I want to pull these all. The best way I'm thinking about doing it is same thing. We're going to select all the sectors. We're going to hide as much as we can. I'm going to hit F3. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to be able to select sprites only. We might actually need up to here. Sprites only. Go back to 2D. Function. Insert. And we just screwed up. Dang it. I just want to make sure that's not to do that. I did it wrong again. I'm going into 3D mode and I want to get out of this 2D. I don't use this mode as often as I could, but it's so useful. Insert, and now I can move this stuff around. What we could do is put it over here. Oh no. Let's try this again. I just want to make sure I went back far enough. Me accidentally duplicating sprites is the #1 cause for all my problems. We're gonna drop the grid size because that's part of the problem. Function insert for me because the grid locking is a problem. So that kind of worked. Am I not low enough here? Is that the problem I'm having? Am I actually too high off the ground? I am. I'm not low enough here. Hello, welcome. Dang, okay. Did it... I don't know where all those sprites went then. Did they go into the void? Okay, we'll do it one more time, but with feeling. So, because I think we got the... I think we got the gist of it. This is... So normally, I actually do I buzz it all off every Saturday before streaming. I just did. I'm so tired. Not that I'm trying, because I can't grow a beard to save my life. Like this is the extent of the beard you'll ever actually probably see on. It does not grow any beardier than this. Somebody might say, just let it grow. Just let it grow. I'm an impatient man. And I don't think I would ever be able to patiently do it. Oh, let's fix the transparency things while we're here, actually. Just in case one person happens to notice these slightly transparent ceilings and calls me out on it. Yeah, it's winter, that's my excuse. I also, you know what it is? I work from home too. It's not like I see anybody anymore. The world has changed. The world has changed. I don't go to an office. I don't see anybody. It's not winter, it's fall. What am I talking about? Oh, I did it wrong again. I keep switching to the wrong mode. I wanna... Function insert, and then move this bad boy out. Well, good to know that this is a little too high. Oops, no. Oh god, did I do these transparencies? Did I work these? Normal. 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 Okay, beautiful. Save. Okay, so there we go. So now we got our filled version and our non-filled version. So now we gotta swap out this bad boy for this bad boy. But the reason I haven't done this is because we're gonna have to reconstruct this. And I want to know where my cutoff's gonna be here before I put this back here. Because I was thinking about even just reusing this back section, because we probably could. Oh, this one's broken. No, because I completely broke this version. I don't think I copied the chore parts here. I hope I continue. I hope that's what I'm doing here. But instead, I'll teleport to... So we'll put a teleport. Right here, I'm thinking. Now the problem is the detailing. It's like where do I hide it because of these corners? So I'll have to change something. That's why I was hoping to maybe slip it in right here, but. I probably could, but then it'd be duplicate. I guess it's not an issue that there's so many duplicate sections. But I don't know. I can't because there's a cannon that's supposed to go here. The camera is here. So we got to take the camera into account. So we have to use one of these areas. We can't have two areas. Yeah, you probably should. You learn a lot about design playing with the build engine and some math. I've been learning a lot of math. Perspective, geometry. It's got it all. There's probably some science in there. Math is a part of science. It counts. This is... So we can only use one of these sections. We can't duplicate it, otherwise there's too many variables we have to take into account. That's the problem with this teleportation area, is you have to like... This So, for the technique that we have going on here, this is for visual reference, okay? Just so we can understand what I'm running through in my head and why I sound like probably a crazy person if you haven't followed the channel for a little bit and don't understand the problem I'm doing, okay? So this is our little playhouse map where we solved this problem conceptually, but you'll also understand the problem that we can have with this technique, okay? So in our map, you start off something I wanted to do is fix that texture for a while, so okay, you start off in this the unfilled version of this map where there's no water, okay? And there's a few different ways, like we could do it just a simple, which we do have a sample of here. This map. So the first thing that we did was, okay, well, what if we do a Tror version of the map? Okay, we could do a Tror version like this, where we raise the water, or this is not a Tror version, this is just a raising water, and you can go underneath the water and vice versa. Okay, that was option one, is doing this. Works really well. Problem is sprites. This does not work well with sprites. You have to have this the moment sprites are on top of it and it starts to raise, it starts to push the sprites like it's an actual flat surface, pushing them. And so sprite structures, it breaks. It's fine if there's stuff on the ground, because it's not, but the moment you squish it and then go back up, back down, you want to make sure there's no fixed sprites in the moving part of the up and down. Otherwise, it will mess with the sprites. They don't remain in place, which would be nice if they did, but because then we could do a little bit more fun work. But that's the reason we've had to redo this whole idea, and we started to play with this idea over here. Where we have, these are all sprite structures. No, not really, not. But this is a very simplified version of our sprite platforms you saw with the ladder and everything. And if the water level rose, it would just break the illusion. Okay. So our solution is to have fun with teleports. By cleverly placing teleports, we can move the player around to different set pieces, like sets that we've given to give in the illusion of what we want instead. So what's happening here is when we're passing through these guys, they're coded as a one-way teleport, each one. One is coming from the other section, one is coming from the other. And there's two different techniques we're using to use this. Both work, but I like the implementation of the second one better, which is from Boxes and Doors. That's where I found out about it. In Boxes and Doors, great map series. So that's what this little jingle is, this little bounce that Duke's doing. He's actually teleporting. He's actually teleporting at that moment. There's a way to alleviate this and fix this a bit, but for the most part, it's like, oh, the player probably won't understand why it's happening. If you're familiar with the engine, you will. So you're teleporting, and I'm teleporting to an already empty version. Okay. So now I go and I have to do the little switch puzzle. So I'm turning the switch on, and you'll see that guy. Oh, what did he do? That's a little slide door sector, that white one. And what's happening is when this switch is being activated, it's sliding that in and out. Okay. And it's also doing the same in another copy of the map where the water is filled. So this is sliding. And if the player, you have to make sure, because we can't control the speed of this, so it's at a fixed speed for this specific version. We can't fix it as far as I know. So we have to make sure it's always far enough from the player that, well, if I hit this and I just run, I just broke the illusion. So the whole thing is gonna be broken now by doing this. Actually, it's not. So this is the underwater version. Now this isn't the same version we were at. This is just a different version. So on the mini map here, you could see it's actually a completely separate version that we're teleporting to. And there's the empty version to the left of it. And then you come over here, and now you'll notice that there's only one of these blue carpets. That's because we slid the one-way teleport, which you can see because this technique does have this as a problem where you can actually see it on the mini-map. So this one is sliding that out of the view, so the player can no longer hit that one-way teleport now that you've activated the switch. And what is actually happening here is this is now a dead sprite. This is not real. This is a fake switch that's into the already active position. And that's how we're going to do it in our map. Now, the problems here are the more things the player can interact with, the more stuff that's around, the more this illusion can be broken. Because if I kill an enemy right here, let's say, he wouldn't be in the teleported version. It wouldn't create a duplicate copy in the other version. So that person would be gone. Or if there was like destructible sprites and I destroyed those sprites, they would then be present. Or in our map, one of the tinier issues that we've went over, in our version, one of the minor issues that we've discussed was just the atomic health. Okay, so if this atomic health is here in the empty version or in the full version, if the player goes and picks it up, well, now when he gets teleported back here, that atomic health is going to be there, because I can't assume the player went and picked it up. What happens if they didn't? And there's some ways we could get, if we want to go really deep down the rabbit hole, we want to go super deep, there are things we could do to even start to take this into account. Now, this is just using the default Duke. There's probably other ways to get around this stuff by editing cons, maybe making changes to the map. I know the build engine is capable of a lot more than what Duke 3D allowed it to do. But we're intentionally just using this stuff for a challenge, because some people have been like, just change the art, or add some sound, or change the con for certain things. I'm not against it. I think that's a very great thing to do. But for me, as somebody that's still trying to learn the software and learn how to do things, I think it's actually good that I have a very set restriction for stock assets only, no con edits, nothing like that, because it's forcing me to learn other techniques to get around the, like, where it's like, just edit a con, you would have solved it. Okay, but I didn't have that option. Even if it was an artificial one, it has now forced me to learn the systems of build better, so that when I kind of start to play more with cons and art, if I ever get that far, I would have a better understanding of the engine as a whole. So anyone getting into it, maybe only use stuff in the engine, in the level editor. Force yourself to learn. Anyways, that's my TED Talk. Welcome to my TED Talk. Yeah, working with restrictions it forces you to be creative. If you have unlimited tools, then it kind of takes the work out of it. Anyways, we're gonna take a little bit of break from level editing. We're gonna actually start to go into The Shining. It's not a long map. It's not a long one. Now, there's some behind the scenes stuff there for that I'm not going to cover, but I'm going to point out. So for anyone ever curious, the link to the maps, any of the maps that we ever cover are always going to be into the description of the video. So if you want to download them, try them, stuff, I really encourage you to do so. Even if it's like, you know what, why not play it now? Might play it later. Download it now. Just get it over with. Show the authors some love, whether they're around anymore or not. It's great. So this is the website, which is where the download to this is. This guy who made this in 1997. He did try to do it in some other stuff like Quake 2 and Unreal. I don't think he ever got that far. I'd say this is almost abandoned, but he updated like 2024 or 2025 to update his contact info, I think. Let me see. Redrum. In 2003. Oh no, yeah, 2003. He updated it this last time. So it doesn't work on any of that stuff, but it contains like this. I haven't read it yet. This little short story here, if you ever want to read it, which is it's an actual story of Duke Nukem traveling to the Overlook Hotel. Very, very, just a couple pages, just some background lore for those who really want to go deep. But it goes into some in-depth stuff, tips, trips, covers, pictures, all kinds of fun stuff, which is fun. Now, I'm going to be playing this Duke in the classic version. I'm using one of the... So I think that's pretty cool. But I'm using Duke. I had to do a slight edit of the bat file to get this to work for Duke. But if there is any issues, it's not a complicated mod. I'm pretty sure there's only one new enemy. But he was a little fun looking when I was playing with him in Duke. So I'm not sure if he's a little busted. But also he's meant to be a little ghost. So maybe that's completely normal. Anyways, this is the read first. A sequel to the greatest horror movie of all time, presented as a conversion level for Duke Nukem 3D Edition, created by Bryant, Arnett. Okay. Contact version, if you ever want that. Original release was October 18th, 1997. And then finally, September 14th, 2003, we just updated this contact. It's a tribute to Stanley Kubrick and the great film The Shining. It is being offered as a free work of art to the fans all over the world for Kubrick and his movies. Introduction. This is it. The sequel to the greatest horror movie of all time, and you get to play as the character. Redrum, The Shining 2 is a user-designed Duke Nukem 3 add-on level that picks up where Stanley Kubrick's The Shining left off. It's time for Duke to infiltrate the Overlook Hotel and take care of the Caretaker. New textures, new sounds, new monsters, and meticulous attention to detail makes this a level unlike any you have ever seen before. A powerful computer is recommended, and the Atomic Edition of Duke 3D is required. Windows and DOS, we did not do that. I will tell you what I did do to make this run, okay? I will tell you that. This package should contain the following files: duke.grp, duke.bat, duke.txt, duke.com. Now, for installation, for eDuke at least, there's a few different ways. But I'll show you that I just downloaded the stuff that's in there and skip over this stuff. And to make this work, there's one thing I did, which is so you click edit on the redrum.bat file here, and that'll open a whole giant list of stuff that the bat file's telling it to do. And I erased everything that it said, and I replaced it with this: cls at echo off eduke32 xredrun.com grd. That's all I replaced it with, just this stuff right here. And then I saved it. And that made it work, because you're going to run this through the bat file, your eduke32 folder. And that made it work. I don't know if it made it work properly. I don't know if it breaks anything, but I did open the game. I did turn it on, and I did get attacked by an enemy, and it did play some sound effects that I wanted it to play, so I know it was seemingly working. Just because this is a little bit older. That's how you make this run. There's also the Duke Nukem 3D add-on compilation you can Google on ModDB. That also has a copy of The Shining already set up as part of the add-on compilation. I can't vet that one, because some stuff gets broken in that one. But I imagined it would be the exact same style as this. So, anyways, that's how you get this working. Or use the DOS version. Just use the DOS version. This is not a normal Duke Nukem level. There is not a ton of ammo and health, and monsters strewn all about. You must try and survive with a minimum amount of resources, and you will need to really search to find health, weapons, and ammo. The object of the game is to find Redrum. When you do, press it like a switch. Eventually, you will gain access to room 237 and the Caretaker's apartment. Room 237 is the only guest room, rooms with numbers, that can be entered. Other doors may or may not open. Yes, Build time 9 months. Absolutely ridiculous that this person was able to do this in 9 months, especially when they did so much stuff. There's a serious bug in the lobby restrooms. From inside, you can open the door. Watch out, it will crush you to death against the wall. You must stand to the side. If you solve this, please let me know. Level construction, artwork, sound, and con hacking by me, Bryant Arnett. Super impressive. And he also played Jack Torrance, so you get to see what this guy looks like, or at least did, because this is now almost 30 years old. So for creating many wonderful textures in the logo. All these lovely little things. Duke World. My wife for having the patience to stick with me through the insanity. No play makes Brian a dull boy. Look at that. Oh, and there's some technical and design. Work on the level began, and oh, some behind the scenes stuff. It's always fun. Work on this level began in February of 1997. When I started working on it, I figured it might take me like 2 or 3 months. Well, now it is 9 months later, and I've been to hell and back. In the beginning, I formed the idea in my head of what I wanted the level to do and be, but I had no idea what would really be involved in getting it there. I worked on it for a couple of hours a night, but also had periods of several weeks at a time where I would not work at it all, or some days where I worked for 10 to 15 hours straight. I've had that happen. I really hate to think of how many hours I must have spent, so I refuse to do any such calculation. I really am going to take a serious break when this is done, and I don't know if this person ever made anything else for Duke 3D after this. I made an error several months ago by announcing on some internet news groups and forums that I was nearing completion and release was imminent. Well, I think it may have kept a lot of people waiting for a long time, and for that I sincerely apologize. I think I made the announcement as a means of forcing myself to really finish it. Many people sent emails of encouragement, and this really gave me an incentive to go on and finish. So to those people, thank you. To everyone else, go fuck yourself. That's also, no, I said thank you. I have loved Stanley Kubrick's The Shining since I first saw it when I was 17 years old. It made an incredible impression on me in many ways, from soaring camera work and technical excellence to the horrifying, disturbing imagery, and especially for the priceless and inventive dialogue. This film has been on my list of great films ever since. When I began working on this project, I assumed the film was all shot at some hotel, someplace. So my first plan was to get a map of the real location. I already knew it wasn't the Timberlake Lodge in Mount Hood, Oregon. Timberlake was used for the exterior establishing shots only and not for the interiors, which I discovered with some friends of mine went there and reported back. But I did figure it was some hotel somewhere. Despite my internet interest in the technical and making of movies, somehow I missed the news that the film was done entirely on a soundstage. Wow, that sure says a lot for the lighting and set design. I was astonished at this discovery. It meant that everything would have to be extracted directly from the film. The process of mapping out the Overlook took about 1 million viewings of the videotape in slow motion, and I meticulously sketched every square inch of the hotel as it had been seen in the film. Incredibly, the way it is photographed, you end up seeing many of the areas in their entirety. There are very few walls in the lobby or in the Colorado Lounge. There's not visible at some point during the film. This meant that it was possible to do these areas with a very high level of accuracy. There are areas I did not quite as accurately because I was doing them from memory. There's another TV and VCR on my computer. There are a few places in the hotel I decided not to create, like the boiler room or the snowcat garage, because they are not terribly important. I added other parts of the hotel which were not in the film, which as a means of connecting the various sections together and to give the hotel a more complete feel. Deciding how to connect some of the major parts was extremely difficult, and the film, I believe, makes a deliberate attempt to confuse and disorient the viewer, so I quickly gave up and connected things the way it seemed best. There are other parts of the hotel that I wanted to add, but couldn't because of limitations of the Duke engine. A few months ago, I suddenly ran into a brick wall limit of sectors that are allowed, and I was still quite a ways from being done. That meant I had to remove some stuff in order to just barely finish adding the stuff that needed to be there. This hurt a lot because I had a staircase leading to the 3rd floor near the carpenter's quarters already built, and I had started adding a coffee shop the look in over the inn just for fun. I ended up removing lots of details, and one major thing that I unfortunately saved for last, namely the maze, ended up being far less spectacular than I had envisioned. In some ways, I sort of gave up on the maze in hopes of someday they will release something to convert Duke 3D levels to Duke Nukem Forever levels, and I can continue this work. Please, 3D Realms, please. I'm sorry. Technically, that does exist now. Ironically, all he had to know is if he just waited long enough, you can now just do that again in Duke 3D. You now, like, I wonder, and this is kind of one of the reasons I want to play this. I think this is a very impressive visual recreation of The Shining, like, especially for what it is, that I am I'm always shocked to find out it was 1997, and I wonder what he could have done now if he did it in modern day Duke, or if somebody wants to try their own version. Because yeah, those other areas he mentioned, missing the Bobcat, you can now make the Bobcat. We could do a little build engine version of it. That would be fun. And those other extra areas, I'm curious to see what he was building. I'd love to see other versions of this map, like the sketches that he was doing. But I don't think that's available anymore. But that would be cool. Hey, Bryant, if you exist out there still, and you have them, I'd love to look at them. That would be great. The artwork and sound in this level are a combination of stuff lifted directly from the film, stuff I created myself, or with help of friends, and some images I got from the Timberline Lodge webpage. Most of the sounds were taken straight from the film, even the typing and storage locker door sounds, but many of them I created from scratch. For the graphics, I had the help of Ko Mariyama, who is an excellent artist and did all the sorts of things I couldn't do in a million years. You'll see some pots and pans hanging in the Overlook kitchen. These are photos of some real pots and pans hanging in the huge cavernous kitchens in the Pasadena Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Pasadena. I don't know why. I every time I see like places, I'll just say a sound that is not that word because I don't want to process that word in my brain. I snuck into the hotel hoping to steal some good textures, but the cook kicked me out. This was too bad because the kitchen was almost exactly like the Overlook kitchen and I could have had some great stuff. I'll have to be more careful next time. If you would like to add on or make a modification to this level, please contact me so that we can work together. I'm planning to keep upgrading the package. There is plenty of room for more sprites, so please let me know if you want to be a part of future versions. Hi, I'm letting you know. If you make modifications, please contact me rather than distributing them as so that there will be only one official version. And this is all batch file launch level make extensive use of choice command. We don't have the demos here. Demo 1, if we did have demo, recreates a few. I like this as a cool idea. That's pretty cool. And that's about it. That's fun. Copyright stuff. Anyways, that was my story hour. Now we're going to get into the game.
Come get some.
Okay, yeah, just want to make sure I'm classic here. Oh, and if you can, like and subscribe. We're trying to get to 500 subscribers, preferably before video 100. We only have 4 more videos, just 4 more weeks. Would be cool. I don't think that'll happen. but it'd be cool. That's cool. We're also close. We are close. We're currently sitting at 454 subscribers. So it's possible. It's possible. We're just trying to spread Duke 3D because we want more people to not only play some Duke 3D user content. So it's great. It's completely underrated. Doom gets a lot of love, and I understand it. I'm not against it. But I think Duke 3D still has so much more it could give and can give. I'm still discovering stuff I've never even heard of that's built long ago that impresses the shit out of me. Let me... We're going to turn the music off, actually, for this one. So, just because I think it's more appropriate. I'm also going to have run mode off for most of this, because very small areas, I'm running around like a crackhead, it kind of breaks it. First off, right off the bat, love the starting point, staring at the picture. Spoiler alert for anyone that hasn't seen The Shining. What was it, 1970s? Very moody, and nowadays, eDuke 32, like with the modern limits, this actually be made. It would actually, somebody would actually make this out of sectors instead of this. This is very effective. I think that's also equally fine. You wouldn't have to, but I'm just saying somebody would, and I love miniatures, so I'm not against it. There's only 2 secrets. I think I know where both of them are. I think they're interconnected secrets, but we'll see. We'll see. And remember, 1997. So it is.
Where is it? Where is it? Come get some.
Yeah. I've been watching some of the behind the scenes work that people have been working on. Sorry, Jack, you're dead. Well, guys, I did it. I beat Jack. Okay, so we're going to clear the first floor before we move on to the second. And he said most of these won't open the guest room doors except for 237. So kind of weird that we even have this. Simple but effective. On that outdoor. I like these big windows. Like obviously it's like the movie, but and even this, using all the sprite work, I feel like that was pretty ahead of its time. Okay, now we're connected back here. I don't think there's anything else down here. Stairs there. So let's go back to the beginning area. You okay? Oh, this is the part where I'm like, I'm not sure if he's supposed to move around super fast like that. I don't remember if he does or not. I played this when it first came out. Need health. Save. Save. Doing pretty good. Health save. I mean, piss health. Fascinating that he didn't do mirrors here, like actual mirrors. I don't have any ammo, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go over here. Need to think this through. I don't think this guy has it in him to be the caretaker. Gotta be honest. You got a good hit in. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You got a couple good. No, one. There we go. There we go. Jackie boy. Jackie boy. It is very moody. Like I like how the colors are blending. They're like using the strange palette. It's making things kind of sparkle.
Hail to the king, baby.
Monolith from Space. I've actually never. I don't think I've ever actually seen Space Odyssey. The level was created by Bryant. Okay, so there's that. There's one secret. I don't know if I know where the other. I thought the secret was inside this other secret. Maybe I'm wrong.
Where is it?
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
I'm sorry to differ with you, sir. But you are the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker.
Now I'll show you the thing. This is the room I was talking about, by the way. So here I'm gonna open this in Polymost. Okay. So here's the same thing in Polymost. Only one mirror can be rendered. Flip that bad boy on Classic. I think maybe Polymer also works, actually. Let's try Polymer. Oh, yep. Polymer also fixes the issue. But Polymer runs chuggishly. Like, I don't know why. Something about Polymer always makes it feel a little weird. A little sluggish. So we'll do Classic. Classic. So for some reason, Classic, this is effective here. Blows my mind.
Redrum.
Okay, so there's one. I don't remember if he said how many. Can I use these? I would make these usable. Hide a urinal sprite behind them so you could use them. That would be fun. Anyways, I love this room. You know, even though it's very simple and very red. I found that a very cool look in the movie. So I like it in this one as well. Oh, that's out of order. It's an easy way to save sector limits. It's just out of order. You gave me this pipe bomb, which makes me think there's something that I could blow up somewhere, but I don't see any crack or anything. So we're gonna say no. No to crack. Okay. All right, we're leaving. Try.
Women can't live with them, can't live without them.
You weren't there before.
Words of wisdom wide, words of wisdom.
What'll it be? What'll it be?
I'll take this health.
I need it bad.
Did all of these get filled too? I wasn't paying attention to that. That'd be a cool little detail if there was nothing on. Because in the movie, they remove all the alcohol from the hotel to avoid people going crazy.
What'll it be?
So it'd be cool if he had it so that this opened up and revealed that. I'm assuming he did. I'm assuming that's a detail I missed. And I could probably go back and see that detail if I wanted to. Yeah, he did. Yeah, so he closed them off.
Groovy.
That's cool. That's cool. Get that secret.
I'm sorry to differ with you, sir. But you are the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker.
Women can't live with them, can't live without them.
What'll it be?
Words of wisdom wide, words of wisdom.
Yep. Nice little effect there. Really like that. Trying to squish him. I don't know if I could squish a ghost. Ah, the notorious pansy took a picture of.
Redrum.
clear out this section first. No.
What'll it be?
When I saw you last night.
Oh, I didn't buy anything. One that said even if we ordered it, wouldn't be here till like Monday.
Oh, second.
Oh, I didn't say it was mine.
But you didn't say you weren't. I was like, can you get that thing?
Oh well, sometimes it should. Sometimes it should. All right. Did we go down this one? Cool. Okay. Okay. Where does this lead? Where does this lead? And this was the kind of stuff like when he mentioned that he was, oh, I'm doing places you haven't seen. I love that. Like I love the idea of doing an homage map to something where it's like, hey, you're trying to recreate something, and then you get to see even more areas that maybe were missed. I have an issue in making doors that don't function where I feel inclined to put something behind them every time. Really? Yeah, in the 90s it just feels like a lot. It feels like, especially with all the little details and knowing, especially the old editor, how hard it is to work with sprites. I'm even impressed with some of the sprite work he did, like in the room where it's like there's a whole second floor made of sprites. I just feel like I just didn't see that very often back then. Again, I didn't play a ton of user content. I've seen some stuff that are good, like impressive sector wise maybe, but so okay, so what's down the other path here? That door is a different door. I think that's it for the first floor. I think we cleared out. Oh, no, there's one back section there. Okay, let's go to this back section here. Like, even just having this little tiny edge every once in a while makes it really feel nice. I really like it. I really like these door textures. Some nice gradient lighting. I like that. 1997.
Come and play with us, Stanley. Forever and ever and ever.
See? There's a fun use of the teleport trick right there, right? Like, this was also one of the first ones that, along with Dreams by Zykov. Ready? Yes. That I was like, man, you could do stuff. You could do some creepier or just like ethereal stuff, because we're just using a very simple teleportation trick to flip between scenes or versions of this.
Redrum.
there... Oh. Ah, it's a one-way door. Oh my god! I feel like that shouldn't stay open like that, but... And it's so close that I would put it maybe like a little bit off the distance. I get he had limitations back then. If we were to do a new remix of this for 2025, we could add some stuff there to make that sell that a little bit better. That connects there, that connects there, so we're good. So do we want to take a stairs or the elevator? There's a few different paths we can choose here. Take some water too. Do these work? And with that ammo haul we got, I think we're pretty safe. Like that over there. Okay, and this is this section. Okay, so that's 237. That's not unlocked yet. So now we're in the little sprite version of that, which... Cool. Go down these little stairs here, just to connect it up. I think we're doing pretty good.
You've had your whole fucking life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
Strange that I'm getting electrocuted through that, but okay. Okay, where haven't I gone now? Pretty sure it's probably just be a little this way. Oh. Haven't been here. I had this idea, talking about places that you wouldn't see. Back in the day, I used to make something called, I used click and play. That was back in the day. And just give me a second. So click and play, and then there's
Others have come to believe that your heart is not in this.
there was a
I and others have come to believe
Game Facts.
that your heart
Game Factory was like the sequel to Click and Play. It was like a drag and drop game maker. But I had this idea of this. It was like a cop pursuit game, and I made it. Like I made it so you could drive a little car, make sprites, and rotate. Very simple. Very simple. that was what I decided to do instead of making Duke 3D maps, because I found Duke 3D maps too complicated. So I found that little program. I started working on stuff like that. And I was making this game, and you would drive around a little cop car and do some cop chases. But there was also, I never actually made any of this work, but this was the idea behind it. It was mainly like a cops and robbers game where it's like you would just chase cops in a little cop car. It was based on, not entirely, but there's like a DOS game that was like an overhead view, and you were a cop car and saw them chase stuff around as well. And I keep forgetting what it was called. And I don't remember it was good, but it was just so cool. It was like a little police management game almost, I feel. Anyways, you would drive around, fight cars in this little car combat game. Your car could shoot, because I figured out how to do that. But the idea was, after you were done getting the cop, then you would drive back and rearm at the police station or do whatever. But if you went, you could pull into a grocery store. I think sounds for those days. I think with that click and play, you could export a browser playable version of your game. Yes, you I think you could with click and play, or one of them, because there's even more behind after that one. There's one that even after Games Factory, they advertised could do 3D games, like Duke 3D, like 2.5D, if you knew what you were doing. And the idea was you could pull off into a grocery store parking lot. It wouldn't advertise this, so this would just be a hidden thing that if you pulled into this one specific parking lot, you could park your car, and it would let you get out of your car, and you could go grocery shopping. And then it turned into a life simulation game at that point. Like, so now it's no longer cops. It's like, okay, now your cop is off duty, and you could go do your off-duty stuff, and it would change the way the game would behave. Very stupid, very silly, but I love that. One time, somewhere between the point it was about dinosaurs and it becoming GTA. I wish I really did. Maybe I'll find it after this. Someone reminds me of that cop game, because I have fond memories of it. I think I only had, maybe I did have the full version, maybe just the shareware. But I kind of just want to know what it is for my own nostalgia purposes. It's like,
Where is it?
I have this, maybe somebody will remember this one. I asked this on the 3D Realms forums once, and somebody did find it, so I know somebody might know, and then I never looked up. There's
Where is it?
a game that reminded me of Baldi's. If anybody who has played Baldi's, I don't even think I've really played Baldi's, but it often gets told to me that it's like Baldi's. Where you had this group of people on a little island, and they would have to do some scavenging to make a little town. But they were these little yellow blob guys. They look like yellow M&Ms almost, is what I would say. And I don't know what that game is. They were just these little yellow round circle dudes. And I think there's like spin-off games with them that were different genres, but I could be wrong on that part. That's something every once in a while I keep thinking, but Baldi just keeps popping up, and I'm like, no, it's not Baldi's. Did I get all the Redrums? No, there's one hall. No, that's a teleportation hallway. It's the only downside to hotels where all the halls are the same, and then a lot of the hallways can't lead into anything. It's like they don't lead to anything. Get it? Kind of wish it led to something. Got this perpetual sniffle when I'm in my apartment because I live in a. Oh. Okay, that one said exit. Okay, so that's how I could tell if they say exit above them, or they visibly look different. Clonk. No, but this looks great. This kind of so this is side view. This was isometric. So this was isometric. But I've never heard of Clonk before, but Clonk looks cool. I like Clonk. I'll bookmark that for later. It's a DOS racer, could stunt. I think I've seen videos of Stunt Racer. It's the one I'm thinking of. I think I saw an LGR video on it once. When it was like really primitive 3D graphics. It reminded me of the old test drive games. I remember I used to help a special needs class. I wasn't in it. Should have been. But I used to help out a special needs class, and one of the kids there couldn't really see, but he liked to spend time on a computer because he liked the flashing colors. And one of the things that he liked is when we would play test drive, like 3 or 4. And that, even then, back then, it felt amazing because it felt like you could just drive wherever you wanted, this little city. I think it was test drive. Maybe it was Need for Speed. One of the ones. Already dealt with you, ladies. This is where it breaks the illusion a little bit. Missing a Redrum. You don't like the generic 90s and 80s where everything had so many things had just generic names?
Where is it?
I don't know, Duke. I'm just double checking.
Where is it?
I feel like I'm missing something. Like out here. There's one, it took me years to find, and when I did find it, okay, went in there. In there. Where's the kitchen? Let's go to the kitchen. I feel like the kitchen is where I might be missing something. Oh. There's the fire. Kitchen's over there. That one pipe bomb is still throwing me off. Like, you gave me one pipe bomb. I remember liking Wacky Racers more than Super Mario Kart. That was my only opinion, but I also didn't have the Super Nintendo.
Where is it?
Now, Scunny cart. Scunny cart. Dude, does that sound familiar to me if I look it up? Scunny cart. Oh! I definitely remember Scunny cart. This does virtually look like the same game, but I remember that. I remember this title screen. I just like this. I just remember the shark and Wacky Wheel. That's my rendition of the shark from Wacky Wheels. Thank you. I'm here all week. I got this red rum. How many red rums are there? How many red rums are there? That'd be done.
Where is it?
Interesting. This one's not opening. There ain't nothing. 237. So there's nothing down this one.
Where is it? Where is it?
Just as a precaution. But I don't. It just feels weird that there's some hallways that do nothing, like they lead nowhere.
Where is it?
Could be like just to add to the confusing nature of the hotel, but
Where is it?
Duke, I don't know. I'm trying to find it myself. It's called Patrol. Something Patrol. It's that cop game I'm thinking of. Pretty sure it was like on one of those big shareware discs. That's where I found most of my things. Okay, so this one we went through, and that leads to the blue. Did we get anything in that blue zone? Like, was there a point to doing that? I like this. I do like this. There ain't nothing in 237.
I and others have come to believe that your heart is not in this.
Okay, I think maybe something broke. Or I accidentally hit it. Okay, so we're gonna recheck. So that's that one. We're gonna recheck it. And then there's one in the gold room. Oh. Okay. It's when I loaded the game. I screwed myself over when I reloaded the game to see if they refilled the alcohol. I forgot I didn't to hit that again. So I've been running around here like a crazy person. And I actually already solved it. Screwed myself over. It's safe. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. We'll just go solve this problem mystery now. Nothing. Wait, here's it. I never actually played F-Zero. I thought I would be able to get these secrets, by the way. He even actually, that's nice. A lot of sectors there, but I'm not against it. When you said you had a sector limit, you really went all out. But this is an important room, so I understand. I feel like that should have disappeared. There should have been like a drop.
Redrum! Wendy, I'm home.
Okay. That opens the Torrance's room. Do you know where the Torrances live? I don't. Though I do know where the secret is, I did cheat to look it up. Not intentionally, I just saw it at a glance. So we'll go there, we'll go get the secret. We might as well. It's in the freezer. Get it? Freezer. Hey, there we go. Save here.
Where is it?
It's bad texture there. Roth. What do you mean? Realms of the Haunting? Is that what you mean? That's another game I aesthetically like the look of, but I haven't played yet. I have beat this one before, so thankfully I do know how to beat this one.
Where is it?
But this secret... Or maybe I'm in the wrong freezer. Have I ever thought of that? Okay, here we go. Here is the other secret.
Hail to the king, baby.
Which is Halloran's?
Where
Halloran?
is it?
This is his I like the freezer because Jack freezes in the end. I remember finding that one actually. Okay, now, and welcome, Reverend and Evil. Realms of the Haunting is another one where it's like, what does that run on? Is it a custom engine? Or is it the? I don't even know what kind of game is that. Is that, would you consider that like an RPG, or is it a first-person shooter more? Because like I've seen a gun in it, but I've also, when I played it for 10 seconds, I've noticed that you pick stuff up. Anyways, we got to find where the Torrances live. Where the Torrances reside? I don't remember where they live. Can you give me a drink, bud?
What would be?
I thought they lived like off of the main hall here. Used to the controls, the engine seemed to be like a true 3D, which is the only used on one of their games, sort of like a blend of FP. Yeah, because it reminded me of like the old RPGs that I would see. Maybe like one of the old Elder Scrolls. Again, I haven't even played those ones. I just seen how they kind of play. Or it Realms of the Haunting. It kind of reminds me gameplay wise. Again, I haven't played a ton of it. Of another game called Normality, which also looks and behaves the same way. It doesn't look like Realms of the Haunting. It's like a completely different art style, but it's like this weird pseudo 3D. Maybe it's 2.5D, but it's a point and click. But you can move the character freely around in first person. Started playing that a couple days ago. I had the shareware version as a kid, so I was like, oh, maybe I'll see if I can beat it. Where did they live?
I and others have come to believe that your heart is not in this.
On the engine? Oh, so there you go. Gameplay actually makes me think of a more fleshed out Tech War, strangely enough. Interesting, because I always thought, without playing a lot of Tech War either, is that I felt like the idea of Tech War sounded so interesting. And like a weird RPG, first-person hybrid kind of style. Gift shop. Little lounge. Or maybe they're on the second floor. Maybe they... Was the dog person by their house? Their room? Where was dog person? Dog person's over there. Dog person. I wonder how we would have done the blood the blood elevator in this. Have moving sprite sectors, I'm guessing. Maybe some sector overlap. Ain't nothing in 237. Okay. Okay, wait. Go up here. Because Wendy was like, I'm going up the stairs. I got run away from Jack. So where would she run? She would run probably somewhere over here, right? Ah, okay, so this is open now. Okay, so this is the caretaker's room. Jack? Oh, Jack? Got some shining for you, Jack.
Here's Johnny.
Much better.
We're escaping. Like Wendy. Very moody, very ominous. These being blue is a choice. Surprised they're... I guess that's supposed to be like frozen. Oh. Oh. This is cheating a little bit using this. But let's go kill Jack. I can see another Jack over here. I think this is Jack. Jack. No. Couple more Jacks over here. What? Wasn't expecting you guys here at all.
Cool.
Oh, we're getting more ammo. Is there a boss battle in this that I don't remember? He only says it when you open the door. The final door in the bathroom. I was not expecting those octobrains, man. I don't remember that at all. Devastator.
Damn it.
I forgot to quick save this whole time. That's okay. That's okay, we can do this. Oh no, I didn't. I got the secret weapon. So I did get it. Never mind. So we just gotta go through the... A Gene Wilder film in your eyes? What does that mean? We did this already, right? Yeah, we did this. Might as well.
Much better.
Conclusions this way. I know they're on the second floor, aren't they? No. Right here. Remember if there's any items in here. I don't think so.
Here's Johnny.
Hail to the king, baby.
God. Just so much damage if he does get you, though. Maze where whenever the level wouldn't give 2 jacks. As for Gene Wilder thing, when or is Shining, for some reason Wilder plays Jack, not Nicholson. To be fair, you know what? I could actually probably see Gene Wilder doing a pretty good job in a movie like this. Okay, let's bypass those guys. They're not fun.
I need it bad.
Let's save in here. That was my own fault. Thought I'd kill her. With kindness.
Who wants some?
There we go.
Cool.
I want to get the Devastator. We beat it, but we're gonna go back in. We're gonna go back in, and we're gonna do some DN show map, DN crows, DN clip. We're gonna look around. We're gonna look around a little bit. There's a few points of reference I wanted to look at here. That he mentioned.
I and others have come to believe that your heart is not in this.
He said clipping off. There's a thing right here. I think he mentioned. Colorado Lodge. Gotta go to Colorado Lodge. Here's it. And these ones, we jump out this, and you find out it's a movie set. That's the argument. It's a little nice little detail there. But that was it. That was all the interesting things, I guess, that he had in there. His website has Old Woman in the Room, Jack Torrance. Kind of wild that there is other listed enemies here. I'm surprised he threw in the other enemies, but oh well. So that's it. There you go. There's The Shining in all its little glory. Again, a fantastic map from 1997. Like just like very, very faithful recreation. Had the mood down. I like the little gameplay additions. So I like that. It's really just a fancy Switch puzzle. But even the way he's handling the little teleports there to get the illusions in, I really would have liked to have seen the cut areas that he did. And even in an alternate universe, if he came back and was like, okay, well now with all these new enhancements, what would it look like now? Would he expand it and add more rooms, more explorations? Would we add ghosts that aren't in the movie? Things like that. There we go, folks. That was The Shining. Redrum 2. Download it. Pretty cool. Just have to do that little bad if you want it. File edit if you want it to work in eDuke. Otherwise, download that add-on version if you want to not play around with some settings. But that was pretty good. I like that. Yeah, that was pretty fun. It was just as good as I remember it. But again, I think Gene Wilder could have pulled it off. I think he could have pulled it off. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a brief little stream break so I can get some quick fresh air and a little snack, and then we're gonna go back into some level editing. We're gonna go. We gotta solve that teleportation thing. And it's going to be a lot of me staring at the editor and being like, this is where I want to put it. Do I want to put it here? And not committing because I don't want to edit the level. But we're just going to have to. So yeah, let's figure that out. So give me maybe 10-15 minutes. I'll be in like a little chat with you guys if you want. And then we'll be back. Oh, by the way, if you have any spooky maps for the Halloween season, they can recommend. I know there's a community build project that was based on for Halloween. I'm probably going to do that one next week. I think that's the big one I'm probably going to do next week. But I'm slowly in a situation where I'm like, is there any more Duke 3D ones? We can expand. We could do build. We could do blood stuff, and then obviously there's others that's just working all around. I mean, specifically Duke 3D. I just know about the Halloween one, and then it's like, what else haven't I covered on the channel? Considered spooky. Maybe some smaller ones, I guess. To find sometimes. It's fine. 10-15 minutes. I'll be right back. That's okay. Hello. Welcome. Return from the void. The void that is outside. It's raining.
It was just me trying to wake up, everyone. I was trying to be alive.
That is out of context because these comments were like 20 minutes.
Well, they're probably still there.
Hello. Welcome. Outdoors.
I don't know what to do now. Where do I click? I don't want to click start recording. Start. I can't even see any comment. What kind of page is this? What am I looking at? Taking longer than I thought. Kevin, you're taking so long. Here, I don't know what to say because I can't see anything. It's just my face and this.
Oh.
I don't know what I'm doing. Where? Who? Where? Cats weren't. Ooh. Oh, you're working on your mappy now? I don't know how to go down. Oh, well, what the hell?
For show. It's for show.
Well, that's not fun.
Show.
Oh, it's just a room. It's just
It's a copy of
block.
It's a copy.
This is a prison, Devin. This is a prison.
Sewer?
I can't even look up. This is horrifying.
You gotta look
This
up.
is a jail cell. What do you mean I gotta look? Oh.
That's where the people here.
Oh.
Here's the
Oink, oink. Aw, yeah, look at me, swimming like I'm walking. Can't stop me, I'm an ATV. Oh my god.
Hopefully no rats. No, there's gonna be lots of rats. I gotta put tons of little rats.
Little rat, rat, rat,
Yeah.
rat,
little
rat,
rats.
rats and
That-
hats.
That ambient sounds. Figure out how to. Rats, I think I just rats.
I can make the rat noises,
That's pretty close to.
so I can. That's good. Oh, hello. Is this a rat? Yes.
What?
How do I go up? So when I'm in here, oh.
I wanted
Oh.
another.
Love rats. Rats are so cute, aren't they? They're just little squeakers. Okay. Get the hell out. Just blow this popsicle stand. Ooh. Oops. Didn't make it. Evan, I don't understand. Oh. Get cooked. Oh.
I don't think it should do that.
It shouldn't skate across the top of the water and then blow up.
I don't think.
Well, it does. Yeah. What's this? Do we hit show?
I don't.
It's with missiles. Oh, you have a moderator?
I think it's.
Come on.
Okay. Did I just come from here? Yeah, I did. Yeah, let's go see this. What's this? Oh, wait. Oh, I missed one. I think I'm lost. This is different. Oh no, it's not. Okay, we're good. We're good. Guys, we're good. Okay, now I'm lost. Is it this way?
That depends on where you're trying to go.
Yes, it's this way. Remember, I opened this door. It was the first door I opened. Aha. Oh. This is different. I wasn't here yet. Can I do anything to it? I did? Oh.
And that would normally be why the button. Press that button. So that's what we
Well, I haven't noticed.
Oh, I
Oops.
haven't. You haven't told me.
Oh.
Done it.
Okay, now you say I'm missing one more?
Yes. Right.
Oh.
Pretty much just a. I think it's like a big. You're all connected.
Oh, Jesus. Is that...
That's a way you can get back. Come in this way, but you can't jump back into it. Not
Well, I want to go to the beginning and get the other key I'm missing.
so you can get there from there,
Oh.
or you can go to the past.
This one?
So, right?
When I blew up?
But if you look right, when you're away, there's a.
Oh, spooky. I don't like this.
So there is a way to see.
Devin, what the heck was that? Hey, nice. That's really cool.
Okay. Now you have night. It's still not going to be perfect, but when you walk in there, like. Little dots at it.
Yeah, I saw them. That's great. I made it. But how do I... Oh, I gotta jump. Oh, I did it. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Right here.
Let me live. Maybe you should make a better map if I'm missing stuff.
It's based on a
What the
plane
hell
that
is
you made.
this? This is
There's
shit.
two past them. Back. Right
Yeah,
down.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
That is when you drop up there.
It didn't work. And am I supposed to be able to see?
There's two. One, the dots are equal, so it actually looks.
Okay,
directly
so
at-
if it's like missing something, then there's a
there's no-
space.
Yeah, so if you're seeing dots, we're gonna.
Doesn't have to
you can also
recharge.
cheat.
Devin, no! No! Oh,
I guess you don't even.
it blew up! What do you need this way?
Got-
Where do I go? This way? What is this?
Right now it's nothing.
Oh, okay.
It's just if there's something that has to be right there. Gotta-
Hello. Okay. Where do I go now?
So that's where
Okay, I think I'm done now. No, I think I'm done now.
Okay. You did good. You did good.
Why are you pushing me?
I wasn't. I was patting you.
You did this.
No, I'm just a little.
Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
All right. So now we're gonna make it work. Okay, so we're gonna make this teleporter section here. Well, actually, no, we're gonna finish this. There was something Oh, we gotta finish the ladder. We gotta make this guy work. And switch, but I'll do that after we do the teleport. That would make more sense. So let's do the ladder. We do have working ladders, right? We, as you saw, used one. Collectible rats, I'm telling you. It's a little mini game. And I wonder if you know what? I might not have to do all of them. Maybe I could do every other one. Anyways, so we need to do it this. I don't know why they have to be one-sided to work. Could be wrong, but I feel like they need to be one-sided. Oh, let me put the keyboard on for you folks at home. Follow along with whatever I'm doing. Not that I'm ever pressing the right buttons to begin with. And I tried to sheepishly, I did try to just copy and paste the ladder, but it's not long enough. So then I was like, oh, I'll just stack more on top. But we didn't build it with duplication in mind, the ladder. So it was like very much meant for this one section where all three ladders are the same size. So I've just been using it like that. So it doesn't stack. So like the stepping places were off. It just didn't cleanly, if you wanted to add new rungs, it just wouldn't look nice. So we just better. That's my fault for not really thinking ahead. I'm gonna try this. 195584. 195584. 203776. 3. And I think it's, I have to do, these are one-sided. One-sided is on. Blocking is on. For this guy, blocking is off. This guy, blocking is off. And then this guy is one-sided. Blocking is on. And then this guy is blocking is off. One-sided blocking. Wait, what? Blocking off. I feel like I screwed something up and I'm messing with my flow. Okay, well, let's first see if this is actually how you do it. I gotta remember. Yeah. Yep. That's perfect. That's actually a good, that's a good speed too. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so what we'll do then is we'll use this as a measurement. And then we'll double check these rungs. Insert these, get these guys here. $19,558.4. Never really know how much paint had gone into every tiny detail like this, right? Not all maps have to do stuff like this. But yeah, that's why it's a little crazy, a little maddening. 187392. Like, to be fair, a lot of this would be stuff like the more I kind of, the more you know how the sauce is made, the easier it is to kind of construct stuff in advance to avoid a lot of like the extra work. For example, like what I'm doing right now, how I mentioned, we already did this. We already made ladders in this level, but because we didn't design them with the idea of like how sprites, you need to design these textures so that they could easily be replicated, duplicated, and merged together, like when you kind of stamp them out, right? So otherwise they would misalign, things would connect when that loop happens. And I didn't design the original ladders with that in mind, but if I did, I could just Lego piece them together and just stack them. The advantage of the copy paste feature, but I didn't have the foresight to think about doing that. I just was like, it works, right? But you're right, so much work can go into stuff like that. But some of it's for it has to be for the person making it, right? Like sometimes I just like spending. I like tweaking. I think that I could probably release a map way faster if I didn't like getting lost in just little tiny details. What? Yes, it's like that. So sometimes I'll go back and forth over something that I don't need to, but I just want to. It's like those people with like color palettes painting. They're just like, oh, do I want the slightly less green or the slightly more? And they just go back and forth. But I'm doing that in the build editor. It's meditative. 187392. 187392. Now I could just duplicate just that one section. Will you release this for us to try once you're done? Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, we're gonna release it. Yeah, we kind of make it on stream and then we release it, and maybe we'll get it a lot faster one day. We'll get maps down a lot faster. That'd be fun, but don't bet on it. The target logic rooms, I wish I could get, maybe they're the ones that things like that. I guess I did get lost in making some machines like the teleporter, keys. The keys were a big one, the crystals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we're gonna double check all the rungs on the left side here. And we got to make sure the correct blocking is. So now that we have these guys as like a pseudo measurement stick, right? So we're gonna keep. Maybe people can keep track of things a little bit better. But if I'm doing something that's repetitious, my brain is like, no. It starts to stray off the tracks a little bit. So I gotta get that down. My god, I'm getting some weird deja vu. I feel like I've done this. I feel like I've made this exact same section with that exact same thing. And I guess I have. But this feels weird. Anyways. Once one-sided. Blocking off. Blocking on. One-sided. Blocking off. One-sided. Blocking needs to be on. Blocking off. One-sided. No. Blocking off. One-sided blocking. Blocking off. One-sided on, blocking on. Blocking off. Want to make sure one-sided is off. Blocking has to be on. One-sided on. Blocking is off. Of course, I got something, a message that's distracting me. One-sided is off. Okay, yeah. Okay. Side is off. Oops. Blocking. Oops. Blocking is off. One-sided on. Blocking is on. Blocking is off. One-sided is off. On. On. Off. Off. On. On. Off. On. We'll do a scan here, but I'm pretty sure this is going to look right. Oh. Don't have to fish. There's one that was messed up. Where was it? This one. Okay, we look good. We look good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to highlight all these sprites here. I might go back and actually replace the, because I actually have I already have the cookie cutter version of this already made somewhere. Yeah, so here's one of the cookie cutter versions, and I can just copy and paste it. But we can make a blocking version real quick. And then I can just swap them out for the ones here if I want to. Like these are fine. These work just fine. I actually like I did some refinements on the other ones, so they look a little like even just having some certain textures like these guys line up a little bit better. I went and adjusted these. but they're just better made ladders. Okay? I made them a little nicer. Anyways, let's see. Let's see if it's working. See if it's working. And if it does, you should subscribe. I think I want one more rung. That's working, by the way. That qualifies as working. We went all the way to the top. Like, there's no breaks in this. Now, the only thing that I keep thinking about wanting to do, and I might, you know, I'll do it real quick to see if it works, is I might put a invisible back on this so the player can't like walk through it like this. Just to avoid it, and to force the player to only be able to interact with these ladders the way we want. Like, they can't come back here and start going up top there. I think it'll just make it a smoother experience. There's like a con version for ladders that actually makes stuff. Again, you could do way smoother things by actually editing files, but with this implementation, you know. So we're gonna do that. Yeah. Make it red. Just doing this so it's easier for me to see when they connect here. Have you managed to make all the secrets ping as secrets? Yes, so far. I've had to make some slight changes so far. Some very, very minor changes. The biggest example of like a change we did was for example this. I don't know if this counts as a secret in Time to Kill. It might just be like a thing you can do, but oh. In this place, this secret or whatever it is that has a med kit is actually in the side of this wall, and we had to change that because of the way the build engine works. There would probably be a way, but this was the easiest solution, and we had to do some other change, so it gave me an excuse to do that because, like, unlike Time to Kill, where you have that Tomb Raider skills, and this water goes all the way away in the original. Change that. And unlike Time to Kill, I can't jump and grab ledges. So while Duke is more mobile in Duke 3D, in my opinion, than in Duke Time to Kill, like he could weave and do this, his jumps are cool, but there is some still slight height advantage Time to Kill Duke has by jumping and grabbing. So there's no way out of a room like this. So we had to compromise, move the secret from the side to down there instead. No, it's one of those things that I always go into the room or the area and I'm like, okay, how close can I get it to one first? Partly as a challenge, right? Because there's some parts where I'm like, I will hit a wall a ton of times. Like this area, I tried so many other ways to make this even more realistic. Maybe, like for example, just having a piece of garbage, like a ramp or like a piece of wood, laying against the side of this wall, so Duke could climb up it that way, so I could still keep the secret in here. But then we ran into a completely different problem doing that, because lowering the water meant it was now no longer in view. So even though I could make it visually look like is right, the moment Duke tried to jump out of the one layer, which is the water underwater, to the other layer, it would screw things up. He wouldn't have blocking anymore, so he would just fall right through. So little changes like that. Oh yeah, try to go one for one. Like even this again, there's more than one thing. They're not actual geometry, it's just a texture, but we get as close to one to one or matching the original vibe. There's some areas where I've changed them even a little bit more, just maybe texturing, but I kept the same placement. Like, oh, if there's a hole there in the original, there's gonna be a hole there. So it still feels, because I wanted to feel it a little visually dynamic, a little bit. Basically, I'm just making it up as I go along. I have days where I'm like, I know I gotta be 100% faithful. 100%. And then there are days where I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I don't want to do it. Just slap this texture on and call it a day. Anyways, there we go. So we just made those textures invisible. I'm gonna put the palette to... that. Not that I think that matters. Like even here, when I spent so long making these silly little bars here and things, only to, once I finished building it and putting all the sprites, to realize, oh, there's one in the bottom here, and that is actually over on this side, and this is more a little bit over here, and it's smaller, and I'm like, oh, I could do that and fit, like, and I was just like, no, I'm good. I'm not gonna fix it. I'm not gonna add another one. But hey, a couple weeks from now, I might end up doing it anyways. I might just go back and redo that whole thing. It's happened. Okay, yeah, so you're not going through it. That's good. Okay. I think maybe it's too close. There is... That snake wasn't there originally, though. So what happened? When did that happen? Okay, yep. Now let's fix this here. Snag is what? 2 rungs underneath this guy? Okay, so 2 rungs underneath that guy. Locking on, sided, locking off. See. Oh. Okay, so it's not actually this rung. It's actually this rung, I think. Oh, unless it's... Oh, you know what? It could be this. It could be just we're hitting this snag here. And it's... Yeah, because we got some overlap happening here. So we might be just too close to this. So let's move this out one. And see if that's the issue. It could be just we're too close to that other sector or sprite structure and it's causing an impact. Yeah. It's never gonna be like perfect. Because if you go too into it, like too deep, you have it more of a tendency to get caught. And then you just have to back out a little bit. Will the player realize that? I don't know. So I think I need that top one to be blocked as well. I need him to get pushed into the next chore layer, otherwise that's going to cause a little bit of an annoyance for the player. I don't want the player to be too annoyed trying to engage with it. Okay, so let's... Yeah. I don't want it... I'm okay with some jank in user maps, or even real... To be honest, even in real products, I'm okay with jank, especially if it's like a double or mini game, a little bit jank, a lot of heart kind of thing. But what I have... Where I become an issue is if the jank really interrupts the player learning the any unique gameplay it's trying to offer, or gameplay in general for someone's first time, where they then disengage with the game because they're like, oh, this isn't working, or they introduce a aspect of the game which works in one scenario, but then in a very similar scenario, it doesn't work. And then it disengages or disincentivizes the player from using that same solution. Like an example would be for cracked walls. Cracked walls, I expect them to explode and there'd be a hole. But then sometimes you'll use cracks. I've seen some user maps use cracks as like decoration. But they also use them as holes. So you can't tell which ones are which. So then one time especially if the first time you use an explosive in a cracked wall, it doesn't blow up. Then I'm like, oh, okay, I guess these are just decorations. I'm never going to think to try it again. Some might. So I do want this to work as much as I can. So this is not working right here. I think I just need another one. I need another little rung here, so we're going to do... We don't even have to make it visible, which is fun. So we're going to put it right here. Can you jump at the top there? You not easily. There is a way you can kind of do it, but because it's so close to the next drawer layer, because we kind of it doesn't like it, so it disincentivizes you from doing it. That's not what I wanted. I had it clicked. I like how when I started this project, and I've said this so many times before, but I genuinely was like, oh yeah, no problem. I think I know how to make most of these things, and I did. Like even these ladders, I was like, okay, I think I know how to do that. But I still did not anticipate how long some of them would take. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. But hey, did I secretly hope I'd have released like 30 maps by now? Sure, maybe. Okay, do I need it in the next chore layer? So I don't know if I think the problem is he's still not getting pulled up. No, I never even thought about that. I thought it wouldn't take me that long, but I also forgot how big this sewer section was. Because there's so many times I've replayed the beginning section, like the street section, whenever I just plug it in. As a kid growing up, or even when I got it later on in life. But I often probably wouldn't even finish the first level, or like use level skip or something. I don't know. You son of a bitch. I do have a solution for this. I just don't want to do it. The solution is to raise this chore layer here a little bit higher, because we only have it for this hole that's going to be here. but we could raise it a little bit higher. And so then that way, the player would then be able to come out a little higher here. And he would land on the box. Oh. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if that would actually fix it. I think it did. My brain, it would. Why do I trust my brain when I created the problem in the first place? You know? I didn't plan on this problem. I thought my ladder would just work. The shore layers are messing with me here. Okay. Do I have blocking on? Did I accidentally turn blocking on the layer? Let's see if I'm maybe just being a silly goose and that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. I had blocking on this whole time. I did from when it was a water layer. This was a water layer and I forgot to change it. Okay, that's not fully it. It's not fully it, but it might be it. It might be. Actually, you know what? Yep. I forgot there's other sectors. Okay. Okay, that was probably it. That's probably it. Yep, that was it. That was the problem. Oh my god. It wasn't the ladder at all. The ladder was perfect. It was beautiful. It was everything we wanted it to be. Oh. There is something wrong there, though. I just saw something wrong there. That's not good. I know exactly where that happened. Well, I get the... Oops, that's not what I want. But there we go, we got it accident. So problem solved, problem solved. We can move this. Wait, what? Oh my god. Accidentally deleted a leg here. $15 2576. 15 2576. Cool. Okay, so that fixed the glitchiness. That it was just that weird little shore layer there, which isn't super important. I could just put the wall there. I noticed the sprite's gone. It's not an issue. And we will put a door somewhere. Did I use the door before? I thought I did. Maybe I did not. Somewhere around here, I think. Oh. Isn't this one? Isn't that? It's not this one. But that's where it's gonna go. Should have just copied it. Maybe it's in the expansion. Expansion. What with the Wild West? Maybe. I am who knows if I'll ever get around to that Wild West one. I have to replay the Wild West level because, like, I know there's I think there's multiple Wild West levels, if I recall. The first one I don't think would be so complicated with the, because you got that hanging man room, that would be fine. Is the minecart section in the first level, or is that the second part? And there's like the hidden door. I just don't know if I would actually have enough textures for the Wild West one to make things as intricate. Like the one I'm thinking about is like, how would I make the wagon? I could probably do it, but I have, like this, I had a pretty clear idea of a lot of, I think this was it. Pretty sure that was it. Yep. That was it. Like I had just 100%. I was like, I think I know most of the texture until I got to the sewer, and then everything started to just get thrown out the window. I was like, oh my god, I these sewers, like, what am I gonna make? These weird little holes. They just have things plastered on. The texture work gets very shoddy in the PS1 once you enter in the sewer. Not that it's like top of the line, right? But like that weird PS1 charm where it's like the street. Okay, things make more kind of sense. Even the stuff they're splattering around, I'm like, I don't know why you would have this in a building, but sure. And then you get into the sewer, and there's like sewers that are cut in half. Like the texturing doesn't. They're like, it's dark, it's moody. The player won't see it. They won't care, and things just make less sense. It's more like pipes, and the pipes don't go anywhere. They're cut in half. It's just, there's pipes here, you know that. Things like that. The Western level was the point where I got bored of Time to Kill, put cheats on. It's very much a very particular game, especially if you don't like the Tomb Raider. I never even played the Tomb Raider, but like the original Tomb Raider stuff. I played that after I played Time to Kill, so I found Tomb Raider a little slower, a little chunkier, which is kind of maybe why I'm more of a Time to Kill fan. But that's why, surprisingly, converting it over to this, it made it more actiony, even though we're pretty, like, geometry wise, even if when we're not 1-to-1, if you were to copy this and paste it on top of the actual Time to Kill map, other than some weird things we had to add for like these weird little like sewer grate things, it matches up. Like even the geometries, right? So but it makes it a faster game, just the way Duke plays. Oh man, I just have such a fond memory. But maybe it's like, for me, I was also very fascinated with the concept of just Duke Nukem having strange spin-offs in different genres, like the hunting sim one, stuff like that. I'm just like, I loved it conceptually. I would have liked more. So I get it, not everybody's vibe, but it was mine. What? I'm sorry? There's sprites here? Guess I understand. fix that. Okay, that's nice. But it would be cool if I could somehow think of an easy way to do it with the stock assets. I would, but 100%, because I like do the Wild West ones as well. They might be more complicated, like especially with stuff as like how would you do the strippers at that point? Because they're in completely different time period uniforms, stuff like that. I just don't know if there's enough actual sprites to deal with. That's when it's like I might have to, if I wanted to do something like that, I would have to do custom art to a certain degree. Have to. I don't know if that's gonna help or make it smoother. It's it doesn't have to be perfect, but if I could do a little trial and error before I have to add any other, yeah, there we go. I've just but you do have to like that type of game, because it is clunky, it is slow. I will say, even that Tomb Raider, it's like the movement itself is a puzzle. Like the way that even the controls are, where it's like, okay, you got to make sure you run and press the jump button at the right time, or else you're gonna, this long jump here is not gonna connect properly, and you can't grab the ledge. And like, it's in itself a weird puzzle. Where it's like, but I understand somebody's like, that is frustrating. But at the same time, there's something about it. I get it. Yes, I don't know if I would be able to get through the whole Wild West section with a stone canyon wall texture and a cactus sprite. I'm not Tony Stark. I can't build it in a cave with a box of scraps. I don't know if I have the capabilities of doing that. Even this level, I'm like, man, maybe I promised a little too much even with this. Oh, it'll be simple. Instead of designing a whole level from scratch in my brain, I'll just recreate a PS1 version. That'll be easier than building my own custom-made level. Until you realize now I have to figure out ways to make things work that I've never done. But anyways, that works now. Now we gotta do the teleports. What are we gonna do? Actually, we gotta connect this guy, so let's figure out how to connect him, where we're gonna connect him here. Now this is gonna break the thing we built. It's harder to replicate something pre-existing than in their own design. Ask Adam Savage. I will like I definitely will understand that perspective. Yeah. Yeah. Because I want to be as like faithful, close to the original as possible, so that just that in itself is makes it a difficult battle. So we broke our water here. That's not a problem. We got to rebuild that. We might not even need to do it the way we were doing at such a large scale. I need to figure out where the teleport's going to go in here. Do a new save actually for this because I'm gonna easily break this. Okay. Here's the scary part, guys. Connecting them. This doesn't look right. Didn't look right because it wasn't right. Did not connect. The great sprite? Yep. Yeah, you can make it bulletproof. Oh, so if you mean this great sprite? Oh, so no, this is the part of the issue that I ran into. So things like this. What would I call it? Like a... This one, you can't by default because it's hard-coded. This specific sprite, and I have this issue with some other sprites. For example, for a different reason, the plant sprites these palm trees, for example, I really wanted, they're hard-coded into the game's con that you can't make these invincible, no matter what you can do, even though traditionally you could do it, I should say by default. So you can do it by editing the con file, but if you're not going to go into editing that stuff, right now you can't. Some people have been working on ways you could do that within the editor without having to know how to edit cons. But that's not something that I'm aware of that is coming out in the near future. But I think that's a great idea when it does. But I had a very similar issue in terms of hard-coded sprites with this. I really wanted to do a sprite tree, these bushes for the top part that were like this. Because in the editor, it looks fun. It's like a little 3D bush, right? So it's really neat looking. I like it. But the moment you go into the actual game, these sprites are hard-coded, kind of in a similar fashion to the grade, to always follow the player, no matter what, even if they're not set that way. Very frustrating. So that whole idea didn't work for me, and I could only do this. So yeah, you can't with the grates by default, but you could do it if you wanted to edit the con files until some modding alternatives exist. I'm not very good with these connecting things. Connecting pre-existing. I'd love if it just did it for me. Sometimes it does. Not today. Okay. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. I can connect. Yeah, that's one of the hard parts for me too. It's like I think about coding, con edits, stuff like that, and it just feels so overwhelming because of that. All the numbers. I don't. Surprised I got as far as C stats. just modifying the game directly. Strangely, it's actually easier than con in some ways. But everybody has a strong niche, right? That they can develop and fall into. And thank God. Like, I don't do music, but I was able to get somebody to help me with some music for this. So thank God, other people are experts at something that I'm not. Whoa. Oh my God, all these things got fucked up somewhere. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Kind of need it. Oh, I actually need it offset a little bit so I can join it. Having some. Trying to do all these layers, and the way I constructed some of these areas originally, I didn't really think. What? Why are you joining this way? What is happening? Let's just do this. 2048. That's what I thought. Okay. So that does not like it. Okay, let's do this. That should solve that problem. Okay, so now we can... One, 0, 2, 4. Now we have the 2 areas duplicated. The unfilled one, our working ladder, and our filled one, which I'm not going to go to. Is it easy to add animated cutscenes for Duke, or would you require certain knowledge of coming? No, you can't. So there's the one way I've seen somebody do it is using the security camera system as a way of doing, because then you could stage the camera where it's placed and do scenes that way. And then there is some stuff. If you want to just do it as the episode end credits, that's pretty easy. You just swap out the file or whatever it is for the animation for that. But there's also some con edits and other tools that people have developed. I think Quackus, I think he did it. He did a whole cutscene system, something like that. I think Ledsborn was working on one as well. But no, I like, at least in terms of what you would consider a cutscene, you could just do a whatchamacallit, a cutscene. Use a security camera to kind of make a cheap, quick little one for it. Hello, WG. Welcome, welcome. It's going pretty good, pretty good. We're doing some, trying to prep these areas for some teleporter tricks. Got a dry version of a map and a wet version of our little map here. Yeah, you would. Well, whether you wanted to make it depends on how complex you want the cutscene to be. Like you could just stage sprites to make it look like it, and if you stage them in a way, like how could I? CK3D did it recently. This was not using security cameras, but in his Battlelord trauma center, there was a section where he had a battle, like little. He kind of stop motioned it, if you will, where he had different sprites go up and down really fast, but instead of, for the security camera, it would be flipping through the screens real fast, and it would give you some kind of animation. But that's it without doing con edits or something. It wouldn't be a great cutscene, but you could do it. That's out of the top of my head what you could do, without getting to the fancy stuff. I feel like that's something like that was how the Duke Forever, did that use something like that? Maybe it didn't. I don't know. We played something that used to take. Because that's how people have done, like, it's lived, use it for like the notes. Yeah, so but it's what I'm saying in concept is like he was kind of doing different scenes, poses, and flipping through it real fast, like how actual animation works, how sprites work. But you would flip through the frames in the to give the animation. But again, that's not great. It'd be very primitive animations. So like you could have something like running towards a camera, for example, or like things flying at the ground and they would blow up. So it would be very low FPS camera. But there are some tools I've seen. I don't know how easy they would be to use, but I definitely plan on actually changing, updating my eDuke once I'm done this level. Like I use an updated eDuke for playing and stuff, but I mean for actual map editing. And there's a bunch of new mods and tools that people have been working on making that I really want to try. From some of the people again that made the sector selector tool that I'm using. Because it opens up a different world. And like those issues we were talking about with those cons, where we can make pickup items very easy. Like right now we're doing the crystals in a fancy little sector effector way and all that. But we could actually just put a sprite down and say that's a collectible. Makes things a little bit easier. It's like a unofficial updated unofficial updated eDuke update, or Mapster, I guess you could say. just saw something else. Fuck. Oh, damn it. Oh, no. Oh yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could just swap out the animation. If that's why, like, if it's the episode, if it's not something like in level, yes, way easier. You just swap out the little animation sprites. I think there was an actual tutorial that covered that. I saw that online. So this is somehow got messed up. Just got dropped down. I saw something else that was messed up, but I know. Okay, the water's back here, which is what we wanted. This is not working yet. Yeah, that's why it's like I like the idea of a security camera, because it's not for necessarily a cutscene, but it's like, hey, you get to see a different view out where you're not taking the control, but you get to see something the player would see with their own eyes. You're seeing it through the security camera. There's just some more cinematics places you can do. So I think that's the happy medium, but I agree too. I like if you can just not take away control of the character fully. Okay, wait. Now that lines up, all the water's back in. We gotta fix this. This got busted pretty good. I realize that this whole sector here. Do this. Move this in place, and then hopefully I can. There is a way to join these guys. There is a way to join these guys. What am I doing wrong here? This chore joining. You know, I could just... I could just... get rid of it. That didn't work. It's not copying of both layers. Not copying both layers, okay. Drawer. Yeah, you just make it, you just have to plan it out. I don't know if there's like maybe a limit to how many, if it has to match the same frames as the original. So they said do it's Control J. don't know if I have to highlight all of them. There we go. How old is this? I'm not a big fan of changing the floor palettes. This changes the Duke palette, but I want to see if this one. No, that works. Yeah, that's fine. Don't change it at all. And this should now work. Beautiful. These don't work anymore, but well. Yeah, because you just, I'm pretty sure, like, if you want to do it the way you're describing, all you would do is go into the edit art, and you would just change the end sprites. Isn't this how they, I'm pretty sure this is how it works, right? So you would just change these out to whatever you want, and now you have new cutscenes. You might be able to even add more, so. thinking here. Do I want to get rid of this one, or like which one do I make the main one? So we'll have my plan was hide the teleporter. I got some other editing I gotta do. I might call it a day for now. Because the next part's a little bit bigger. So, like, because I'm contemplating where to, how do I, where do I want to do this teleport? I was thinking maybe if I do, if I forego a silent teleport, I could just have it teleport you. So you turn in this, it activates the teleport, and it instantly just teleports you to the other version, which lowers the water. And then I wouldn't have to worry so much about keeping this section intact, maybe. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. Needed something. That's mainly why. Just like, oh, no. Probably should eat. So that's a pretty good place. We did get a lot done. We finished off the dry area, so they is done. And we merged that section. We got a working ladder in this. I was gonna fix that texture. Did some minor fixes here, did some retrofitting in this section. I still have to do another retrofit here because I'm now it's like, do we use the C-stat trick to get rid of these? Or will we might not have to if we use the teleport trick? I don't know if it'll be as noticeable. Because then we would just walk up to this and instantly just teleport you to this empty version. Because I could fight myself and deal with the retrofitting of the whole back section and get the ribbon strip teleporter, which did spend so long fixing it, or we just using now that, because when I started working on that, I was told you couldn't just activate teleporters on and off. Which you can't. You can't activate teleporters on and off if they're silent teleporters. But if we do a non-silent one, we could. No, the reason we were trying to avoid having 2 areas of this is because of that security camera. Like, which might not even be a big deal. I'm just gonna see. I am going to quickly do a non-silent teleport. Okay. 34 seems to be okay, so we'll use 34. 34. That's not what I want. Maybe I can't lock it. Did it just teleport the button? So that could work. I don't know how to lock it though. I thought you could lock it. Or is it not? You can't do one-way teleporters. Duke lock. Used to telemeter, high take channel set. SC sprite is not touching the floor. Then Bryant standard rows do not have to be the same size, shape, style. Telemeters must be exactly the same shape. Let's make actual slime. Oh, these toilets rails. So it doesn't say I could lock them. This would just kind of, I don't know. I might still end up doing it the original way, but if I can maybe make this work, maybe it's good enough, you know? You would start off in the empty version. You'd have to activate this switch, which will raise the other switch. Go through here. You run through here. See, now we're already in the other section, so the illusion's broken if we go over here because the water's already lowered. But if we didn't know that, we could activate that after we activate this. Then it wouldn't matter. And the illusion is this would also work as the illusion. That would work. My last post got deleted as possible. YouTube has like an auto mod that kind of does stuff. So if you did say certain things, and it deletes it, it's very possible. So that the activator's not working for that teleporter, so that might be something I'll look at. But if that might be an easier compromise. It's not the cleanest solution, but it's a solution. It saves me from redoing these C-stat issues, actually. Sectors, walls, sprites. Yeah, we're actually like, I was worried about limits, but we're fine. Because again, the sectors, I was told we would run out of maybe first or maybe wall limit. I could see the wall limit becoming a problem, but we got all the walls are now effectively done. If we're actually going to be removing stuff, because there's like all these side areas. I don't need this. So let's actually delete this. And we still have a ton of sprites, so we could shrink down some of the water. That was one of the things I was thinking of, is we have big plops of water here. So we could probably actually shrink these sprites down. Auto mod. I could see that. If you want auto mod a suck your nuts. All power to you. Why am I not? Really? Okay. I don't get it. What's happening? It looks like the console, but at the same time, that's not the console. Where am I? What is happening? God, I was for some reason I knew this was kind of what was happening, but man, that was confusing. This is what I'm talking about. So we could actually shrink this down so that we have less culling issues with it. That would be nice. So. That's what I'll do. I'll call it a day. I'll call it a day. Got a lot done. If I can figure out that locked, that might solve a few problems. Then we can start going on to shading, because I'll be like, you know what, it's good enough. It's good enough. It'll probably have some other problems that'll open up another can of worms, but we'll worry about that if that happens. But for the time being, I'm going to accept that we got enough. No, it doesn't want you to say. It doesn't want you to talk badly to our future overlords, okay? Speak nicely to the AI that's going to take us all over, okay? That's what Google wants. It's us to all be complacent little robot drones. Thank you all for joining me this week. But download Redrum, Shining 2, play it yourself. It's great. It's a great little thing. Just remember that weird little bad edit, or again, download it from the add-on. Mainly drive more traffic to that person's website. Maybe it'll make them remember that it exists, and they'll come back and they'll add to it, like I'd love them to. Or they'll message me and show me hopefully they find a disc with their old versions of the maps with the other areas they were working on that they cut out. Because that would be cool to know. I'd love to see that. Message me if you find it. But that's it for this week, everybody. We'll be back next week with the I think next week we're gonna do the technically we only have 2 more streams before Halloween. Halloween's on Friday, so it would be great if Friday we could actually do a stream on Halloween. But next week we'll probably maybe do the Halloween community build project. I know there's one Halloween community build project I haven't covered, so we'll do that, and then I'll hopefully have enough time to sort through and find some other spooky ones. I saw 1 or 2, but they're kind of short, so I'm not, or so I've been told, so I'm not sure how feature worthy they'd be, but maybe I can get an assortment of them, a couple little maps from the past, and we'll do a whole bunch. But in the meantime, thank you for all for joining. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Trying to get 500 subscribers for video or episode 100. We have 4 more weeks. 4 more weeks. Will we hit it? Probably not. It's an artificial little goal I set for myself, but it'd be pretty nice, pretty sweet, pretty cool. If not, end of the year, maybe. Who knows? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. See ya.